it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness, and God called the light day, and the darkness He called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. Hey, hey, hey. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together to one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. Hey, hey, hey. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters was called seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seed after its kind, and the tree yielding fruit whose seed was in itself after its kind. And God saw, and it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. Hi, hi, hi. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw, and it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after its kind. And God saw, and it was good. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And God said, let the earth bring forth a living creature after its kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after its kind. And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after its kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after its kind. And God saw it good. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. So God created man in His own image. In the image of God He created him, male and female He created them. And God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. And God said, look, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. And God saw everything that He had made, and look, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Hi, 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 hi. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had done. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. Then God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he rested from all his work which God had created and made. This is the history of the heavens and the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. And no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet grown, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man to cultivate the ground. But a mist went up from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. The Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground the Lord God made every tree grow that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life was also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from there parted and became four heads. The name of the first is Pishon. It flows around the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is the Gunium, and the onyx stone are there. The name of the second river is Gihon. It flows around the whole land of Cush. The name of the third river is Hiddekel. It flows toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is the Euphrates. Then the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to cultivate it and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, You may freely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it, for in the day that you eat of it, you will surely die. And the Lord God said, It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper comparable to him. Out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every bird of the air, and brought them to Adam to see what he would call them. And whatever Adam called each living creature, that was its name. So Adam gave names to all cattle, to the birds of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper comparable to him. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall on Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh in its place. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib which he had taken from the man, and he brought her to the man. And Adam said, This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore a man shall leave his father and mother, and be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. Sweet, 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 sweet. Now the serpent was more cunning than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said, To the woman has God indeed said, You shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said to the serpent, We may eat the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God has said, You shall not eat of it, nor shall you touch it, lest you die. Then the serpent said to the woman, You will not surely die. For God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to leaves together and made themselves coverings. And they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. Then the Lord God called to Adam and said to him, "Where are you?" So he said, "I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked and I hid myself." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree of which I commanded you that you should not eat?" Then Adam said, "The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree and I ate." And the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" And the woman said, "The serpent deceived me and I ate." So the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed more than all cattle and more than every beast of the field. On your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and her offspring. He shall bruise your head and you shall bruise his heel." To the woman he said, "I will greatly increase your sorrow and your conception. In pain you shall bring forth children. Your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you." Then to Adam he said, "Because you have heeded the voice of your wife and have eaten from the tree of which I commanded you, saying, 'You shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for your sake. In toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face you shall eat bread till you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you shall return.'" And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. Also for Adam and his wife the Lord God made tunics of skin and clothed them. Then the Lord God said, "Behold, the man has become like one of us, to know good and evil. And now lest he put out his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever." Therefore the Lord God sent him out of the Garden of Eden to cultivate the ground from which he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed cherubim at the east of the Garden of Eden, and a flaming sword which turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life. Now Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, "I have acquired a man from the Lord." Then she bore his brother Abel. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. In the course of time, Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord, but Abel brought also of the firstlings of his flock and of their fat portions. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering, but for Cain and his offering he had no regard. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry, and why is your face downcast? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at your door. Its desire is for you, but you must rule over it." Now Cain talked with Abel his brother, and when they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is Abel your brother?" He said, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" And he said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground." Now you are under a curse from the ground, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you work the ground, it shall no longer yield its produce to you. You shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth. Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the ground, and I shall be hidden from your presence. I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." whoever kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. And the Lord set a mark on Cain, so that no one who found him would kill him. Then Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and lived in the land of Nod east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch. And he built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Enoch. Now to Enoch was born Irad, and Irad fathered Mehujael, and Mehujael fathered Methushael, and Methushael fathered Lamech. And Lamech took for himself 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other was Zillah. Ada bore Jubal, he was the father of those who live in tents and have livestock. And his brother's name was Jubal, he was the father of all those who play the harp and flute. And Zillah, she also bore Tubal-Cain, a forger of all kinds of bronze and iron tools. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. Then Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice. You wives of Lamech, listen to what I say. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7-fold, then Lamech will be avenged 77-fold. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son and named him Seth, saying, For God has granted me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain killed. And to Seth, to him also a son was born, and he named him Enosh. At that time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. La, 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 la. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. He created them male and female, and blessed them, and called their name Adam in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begot a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he begot Seth were 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begot Enosh. And Seth lived after he begot Enosh 807 years, and had other sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begot Kenan. And Enosh lived after he begot Kenan 815 years, and had other sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Kenan lived 70 years, and begot Mahalalel. And Kenan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years, and had other sons and daughters. And all the days of Kenan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begot Jared. And Mahalalel lived after he begot Jared 830 years, and had other sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years, and begot Enoch. And Jared lived after he begot Enoch 800 years, and had other sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years, and begot Methuselah. God after he begot Methuselah 300 years, and had other sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And he died. And Enoch walked with God after he begot Methuselah 300 years, and had other sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years. And he died. And Lamech lived 182 years and begat a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, "The same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which the Lord hath cursed." And Lamech lived after he begat Noah 505 years, and had other sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years. And he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. And the Lord said, "My spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years." There were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Then the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And the Lord was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. So the Lord said, "I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, creeping thing, and birds of the air, for I am sorry that I have made them." But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. This is the genealogy of Noah. Noah was a just man, perfect in his generations. Noah walked with God, and Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. So God looked upon the earth, and indeed it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. And God said to Noah, "The end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth." Make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make rooms in the ark, and cover it inside and out with pitch. And this is how you shall make it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, with 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. You shall make a window for the ark, and you shall finish it to a cubit from above. And you shall set the door of the ark in its side. You shall make it with lower, second, and third decks. And behold, I myself am bringing flood waters on the earth, to destroy from under heaven all flesh, in which is the breath of life. Everything that is on the earth shall die. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall go into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of the birds after their kind, and of animals after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after its kind, 2 of every sort shall come to you, to keep them alive. And you shall take for yourself of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to yourself, and it shall be food for you and for them. Thus Noah did, according to all that God commanded him, so he did. The Lord then said to Noah, "Go into the ark, whole family, because I have found you righteous in this generation. Take with you 7 of every kind of clean animal, a male and its mate, and 2 of every kind of unclean animal, a male and its mate, and also 7 of every kind of bird, male and female, to keep their various kinds alive throughout the earth. 7 days from now I will send rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face of the earth every living creature I have made. And Noah did all that the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters came on the earth, and Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, of birds and of all creatures that move along the ground, male and female, came to Noah and entered the ark, as God had commanded Noah. And after the 7 days, the flood waters came on the earth in the 600th year of Noah's life. On the 17th day of the 2nd month, on that very day, all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened, and rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that very day, Noah and his sons Shem, Ham, and Japheth, together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons, entered the ark. They had with them every wild animal according to its kind, all the livestock according to their kinds, every creature that moves along the ground according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind. Pairs of all creatures that have the breath of life in them came to Noah and entered the ark. The animals going in were male and female, of every living thing, as God had commanded Noah, and the Lord shut him in. For 40 days the flood kept coming on the earth, and as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The waters rose and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. The waters rose so greatly on the earth that all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. The waters rose and covered the mountains to a depth of more than 15 cubits. Every living thing that moved on the earth perished. Birds, livestock, wild animals, all the creatures that swarm over the earth, and all mankind. Everything on dry land that had the breath of life in its nostrils died. Every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out. People and animals and the creatures that move along the ground. And the birds of the air were wiped from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those with him in the ark. The waters prevailed on the earth for 150 days. Woo! But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark, and he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded. Now the springs of the deep and the floodgates of the heavens had been closed, and the rain had stopped falling from the sky. The waters gradually receded from the earth. At the end of 150 days, the waters had so diminished. In the 7th month, on the 17th day, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. The waters continued to recede until the 10th month, and on the first day of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains became visible. After 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark he had made, and sent out a raven. The raven went to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Then he sent out a dove to see if the waters had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could find nowhere to perch, because there was water over all the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. the evening the dove came back to him with a freshly plucked olive leaf in its beak. So Noah knew that the waters had receded from the earth. He waited another 7 days and sent the dove out, but this time it did not return to him. In the 601st year, in the first month, on the first day, the waters had dried up from the earth. Noah removed the covering of the ark and saw that the surface of the ground was dry. In the second month, on the 27th day, the earth was completely dry. Then God said to Noah, "Go out of the ark, you and your wife, your sons and their wives. Bring out with you every living thing that is with you, the birds, the animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground, so they can be fruitful and multiply on the earth." So Noah went out together with his sons and his wife and his sons' wives. Every animal, every creeping thing, and every bird, everything that moves on the earth came out of the ark, one kind after another. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and taking some of all the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma and said in his heart, "Never again will I curse the ground because of humans, even though every inclination of the human heart is evil from childhood. And never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done. As long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will never cease." And God blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. The dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every bird of the sky, upon all that moves on the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hand they are delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. As I have given you the green plant, I have given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, you shall not eat. And surely your blood, the blood of your lives, will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require. At the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God he made man. And you be fruitful and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply in it." And God spoke to Noah and to his sons with him, saying, "And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you and with your offspring after you, and with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the cattle, and every beast of the earth with you, from all that goes out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth." And God said, "This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood, to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look on it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth." And God said to Noah, "This is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went out of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah. And from these was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a farmer. And he dreamt of vineyard. And he drank of the wine and was drunk. And he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brothers outside. And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it on both their shoulders, and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were turned away, and they did not see their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done to him. And he said, "Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be to his brothers." And he said, "Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant." And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah were 950 years. And he died. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and to them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth: Gomer and Magog and Madai and Javan and Tubal and Meshach and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer: Ashkenaz and Riphath and Togarma. And the sons of Javan: Elisha and Tarshish, Kittim and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles, divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. And the sons of Ham: Cush and Mizraim and Phut and Canaan. And the sons of Cush: Sheba and Havilah and Sabta and Rama and Sabtija and Rama. Sheba and Dedan, and Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Asher, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah, and reason between Nineveh and Calah. The same is a great city. And Mizraim begot Ludim, and Anamim, and Lahabim, and Naphtuhim, and Patrasim, and Casluhim, and Captorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgasite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as you come to Gerar, to Gaza, as you go to Sodom and Gomorrah and Admah and Zeboim, even to Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their nations. To Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem: Elam and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Arer. And the children of Aram: Uz, and Hol, and Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begot Salah, and Salah begot Eber. And to Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. And his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begot Almodad, and Shelef, and Hazarmaveth, and Jerah, and Jehoram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Halah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha, as you go to Sephara, Mount of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations in their nations. And by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood.
Now the whole earth had one language and one speech.
And it came, earth had one language and one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there.
And they said one to another, go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone and slime had they for mortar.
And they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower,
whose top may reach to heaven. And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men built.
And the Lord said,
behold,
the people is one,
and they have all one language.
and this they begin to do.
And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do.
Go to, let us go down and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth. And they left off to build the city.
Therefore is the name of it called Babel,
because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth.
and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth.
These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years, and begot sons and daughters.
And Arphaxad lived 35 years, and begot Salah.
And Arphaxad lived after he begot Salah 403 years, and begot sons and daughters.
And Salah lived 30 years, and begot Eber. And Salah lived after he begot Eber 403 years,
And Eber lived 34 years,
and begot Peleg.
and Eber lived after he begot Peleg 430 years,
And begot sons and daughters,
and Peleg lived 30 years,
and begot Reu.
and Peleg lived after he begot Reu
209 years, and begot sons and daughters,
and Peleg lived 30 years,
and begot 2.
and Peleg lived after he begat
And Salah 430 years,
and begot sons and daughters.
and Salah lived 30 years, and begot Eber. And Salah lived after he begot Eber 403 years.
And there lived 34 years, and begot Peleg. And Eber lived after he begot 430 years, and begot sons and daughters.
And Peleg lived 30 years,
And begot Reu.
and Peleg lived after he begot
Reu 209 years,
And Reu lived 40 years,
and Reu lived
30 years.
and begot Serug.
And Reu lived after he begot Serug 207 years, and begot sons and daughters.
And Serug lived 30 years,
And begot Nahor.
and Serug lived after he begot Nahor 200 years, and begot sons and daughters.
And Nahor lived 29 years, and begot Terah.
And Nahor lived after he begot Terah,
And 119 years, and begot sons and daughters.
and Terah lived 70 years.
And begot Tiglam, Nahor, and Haran.
Now these are the generations of Terah,
Terah begot Tiglam, Nahor.
and Haran begot Lot.
And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Chaldees.
And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai,
And the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah.
the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah.
And the father of Iscah.
But Sarai was barren, she had no child.
And Terah took Abram, his son, and Lot the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law.
His son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came to Haran and dwelt there.
And the days of Terah were 205 years.
And Terah died in Haran.
La 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 la.
Now the Lord said to Abram, "Go from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you, and I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing.
I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonors you I will curse, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed."
So Abram went as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran.
La 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 la. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their possessions that they had gathered, and the people that they had acquired in Haran, and they set out to go to the land of Canaan. When they came to the land of Canaan, la 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 la.
Abram passed through the land to the place at Shechem, to the oak of Mamre. At that time the Canaanites were in the land. Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built there an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him.
La 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 la.
From there he moved to the hill country on the east of Bethel and pitched his tent.
La la la
With
la.
Bethel on the west and Ai on the east, and there he built an altar to the Lord and called upon the name of the Lord.
La la
And Abram journeyed on, still going toward the Negev.
la la.
Now there was a famine in the land, so Abram went down to Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was severe in the land. When he was about to enter Egypt, he said to Sarai his wife, "I know that you are a woman beautiful in appearance. And when the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but they will let you live. Say you are my sister, that it may go well with me because of you, and that my life may be spared for your sake."
When Abram entered Egypt, the Egyptians saw that the woman was very beautiful.
And when the princes of Pharaoh saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And for her sake he dealt well with Abram, and he had sheep, oxen, male donkeys, male servants,
Female servants, female donkeys, and camels.
But the Lord afflicted Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife.
So Pharaoh called Abram and said, "What is this you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister'?"
So that I took her for my wife. Now then, here is your wife.
Whoa, why?
Take her and go.
And Pharaoh gave men orders concerning him, and they sent him away with his wife and all that he had. Whoa, whoa. La 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 la.
And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the south.
And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver and in gold.
And he went on his journeys from the south, even to Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai.
To the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord.
And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle
And and the herdmen of Lot's cattle.
And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled
Then in the land,
And Abram said to Lot, let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdmen and your herdmen,
for we are brethren.
Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself,
I pray you.
from me. If you'll take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you depart to the right hand,
Then I will go to the left.
And Lot lifted up his eyes and looked at all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah,
Even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as you come to Zor.
Then Lot chose for himself all the plain of Jordan,
And Lot journeyed east.
and they separated themselves the one from the other.
Abram dwelled in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom.
But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly.
And the Lord said to Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, Lift up now your eyes and look from the place where you are, northward and southward and eastward and westward.
For all the land which you see, to you will I give it,
And to your seed forever,
and I will make your seed as the dust of the earth,
so that if a man can number the dust of the earth,
then shall your seed also be numbered.
arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and in the breadth of it, for I will give it to you. Na 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 na.
Now it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar,
Arioch, king of Elasar,
Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that they made war with Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Edma, Sheber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela.
that is Zor,
All these joined together in the valley of Siddim.
that is the Salt Sea.
12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year Chedorlaomer and the kings who were with him came and attacked the Rephaim and Ashtar of Karnaim, the Zuzim in Ham, the Emim in Sheveh Kiriahaim, and the Horites in their mountain of Seir, as far as El Paran, which is by the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to En-Mishpat,
And attacked all the country of the Amalekites,
and also the Amorites who dwelt in Hazon Tamar,
and the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela.
went out and joined together in battle in the valley of Siddim against Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of nations, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of asphalt pits,
And the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled.
and they fell there, and the rest fled to the mountains.
Then they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their provisions, and went their way.
They also took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. Then one who had escaped came and told the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the territories of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and brother of Aner, and they were allies with Abram. Now when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants who were born in his own house, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. He divided his forces against them by night. He he and his servants and attacked them and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is north of Damascus. So he brought back all the goods and also brought back his brother Lot and his goods, as well as the women and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him
At the valley of Shaveh.
That is the king's valley. After his return from the defeat of Chedorlaomer
And the kings who were with him.
Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth.
And blessed be God Most High, and blessed delivered your enemies into your hand.
And he gave him a tithe of all. Now the king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the persons and take the goods for yourself. But Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have raised my hand to the Lord God Most High, the possessor of heaven and earth,
That I will not take a thread or a sandal strap or anything of yours,
lest you should say, I have made Abram rich, except only what the young men have eaten and the portion of the men who went with me. And Eshcol and Mamre,
let them take their portion.
After these things, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision, saying, Do not be afraid, Abram, I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. But Abram said, Lord God, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus? Then Abram said, Look, you have given me no offspring. Indeed, one born in my house is my heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, This one shall not be your heir, but one who will come from your own body shall be your heir.
Then he brought him outside and said, Look now toward heaven and count the stars if you are able to number them.
And he said to him, So shall your descendants be.
And he believed in the Lord, and he accounted it to him for righteousness.
Then he said to him, I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to inherit it. And he said,
Lord God,
how shall I know that I will inherit it? So he said to him, Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old female goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon.
Then he brought all these to him and cut them in two and laid each half opposite the other.
But he did not cut the birds in two.
And when the vultures came down on the carcasses, Abram drove them away.
Now when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and behold, horror and great darkness fell upon him. Then he said to Abram, Know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and will serve them. And they will afflict them 400 years. And also the nation whom they serve I will judge. Afterward they shall come out with great possessions.
As for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age.
But in the 4th generation they shall return here, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete.
And it came to pass, when the sun went down and it was dark, that behold, there appeared a smoking oven and a burning torch that passed between those pieces. On the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, To your descendants I have given this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates,
The Kenites,
the Kenizzites,
the Kethammonites,
the Tyrianites,
the Hittites,
the Perizzites,
the Rephaim,
the Rephaim,
the
the
Amorites,
Canaanites,
the Canaanites,
the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had not borne him any children, and she had an Egyptian maidservant whose name was Hagar.
So Sarai said to Abram, "Indeed the Lord has restrained me from bearing children. Please go into my maidservant. Perhaps I shall obtain children by her." And Abram heeded the voice of Sarai.
Then Sarai, Abram's wife,
Took Hagar her maidservant, the Egyptian, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. After Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan.
so he went into Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived,
Her mistress became despised in her eyes.
la 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 la.
Then Sarai said to Abram, "My wrong be upon you. I gave my maidservant into your embrace, and when she saw that she had conceived, I became despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between you and me." So Abram said to Sarai, "Indeed your maidservant is in your hand. Do to her as you please." And when Sarai dealt harshly with her, she fled from her presence. Now the angel of the Lord found her by a spring of water in the wilderness, by the spring on the way to shore.
And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maidservant, where have you come from, and where are you going?
And she said, "I am fleeing from the presence of my mistress Sarai." Then the angel of the Lord said to her,
Return to your mistress.
"And submit yourself under her hand."
And the angel of the Lord said to her, I will multiply your descendants exceedingly, so that they shall not be counted for multitude.
And the angel of the Lord said to her,
Behold,
"You are with child, and you shall bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has heard your affliction. He shall be a wild donkey of a man. His hand shall be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren."
then she called the name of the Lord who spoke to her.
"You are the God who sees." For she said, "Have I also here seen him who sees me?"
Therefore the well was called Bir Lahai Roi. Observe, it is between Kadesh and Beer.
So Hagar bore Abram a son,
And Abram named his son.
whom Hagar bore Ishmael.
Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Eldum. Ah, la 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 la. La 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 la.
When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, "I am Almighty God, walk before me and be blameless. I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly."
Then Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you.
And you shall be a father of many nations.
No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations.
I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you.
And kings shall come from you.
And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your descendants after you in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be God to you and your descendants after you. Also I give to you and your descendants after you the land in which you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan as an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. And God said to Abraham, "As for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you throughout their generations. This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised,
and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and you.
He who is 8 days old among you shall be circumcised. Every male child in your generations, he who is born in your house or bought with money from any foreigner who is not your descendant.
He who is born in your house and he who is bought with your money must be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant.
And the uncircumcised male child who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, that person shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. Then God said to Abraham, as for Sarai your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name.
And I will bless her and give you a son by her. Yes, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of peoples shall come from her.
Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed, and in his heart shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old, and shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child.
And Abraham said to God, oh, that Ishmael might live before you.
Then God said, no, Sarah, your wife shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him.
And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. He shall beget 12 princes, and I will make him a great nation.
But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at the set time next year. And when he had finished talking with him, God went up from Abraham. So Abraham took Ishmael his son, all who were born in his house, and all who were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskins that very same day, as God had said to him. And Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin.
And his son Ishmael was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. This has not small to sound up to do.
And the Lord appeared to him by the oaks of Mamre, as he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. He lifted up his eyes and looked, and look, 3 men were standing in front of him. When he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them, and bowed himself to the earth, and said, my Lord, if I have found favor in your sight, do not pass by your servant. Let a little water be brought, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree.
And I will bring a little bread, that you may refresh your hearts. After that you may pass on.
Since you have come to your servants, they said, do as you have said. And Abraham went quickly into the tent to Sarah and said,
Quickly, 3 measures of fine flour kneaded, and make cakes.
And Abraham ran to the herd and took a calf, tender and good, and gave it to a young man who prepared it quickly.
Then he took curds and milk and the calf that he had prepared, and set it before them.
And he stood by them under the tree while they ate. They said to him, where is Sarah, your wife? And he said, she is in the tent.
The Lord said, I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah, your wife, will have a son.
And Sarah was listening at the tent door behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, advanced in years. The way of women had Sarah, child, now that I am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time I will return to you,
About this time next year, and Sarah shall have a son. But Sarah denied it, saying, I did not laugh.
for she was afraid. He said,
No!
but you did laugh.
Ooh, 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 ooh,
Then the men set out from there, and they looked down toward Sodom, and Abraham went with them to set them on their way.
17.
The Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do?
Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him.
For I have chosen him that he may command his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing righteousness and justice, so that the Lord may bring to Abraham what he has promised him. Then the Lord said, because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great and their sin is very grievous,
I will go down now
and see if they have done altogether according to the outcry that has come to me. If not, I will know.
So the men turned their faces from there and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord.
And Abraham drew near and said,
Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked?
what if there are 50 righteous within the city? Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the sake of the 50 righteous who are in it?
Far be it from you to do such a thing, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous and the wicked are treated alike.
Far be that from you, shall not the judge of all the earth do what is just?
And the Lord said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous in the city, then I will spare the whole place for their sin.
And Abraham answered and said, Indeed, now I have taken it upon myself to speak to the Lord, I who am but dust and ashes. Suppose there are 5 less than 50 righteous, will you destroy all of the city for lack of 5? So he said, I will not destroy it if I find 45 there.
And he spoke to him again and said, Suppose 40 are found there. So he said, I will not do it for the sake of 40.
Then he said, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Suppose 30 are found there.
So he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Indeed, now I have taken it upon myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose 20 are found there.
So he said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 20.
Then he said, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet. But this one, suppose 10 are found there.
And he said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 10. Then the Lord went his way as soon as he had finished speaking with Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place.
Hey, 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 hey!
And there came 2 angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom, and Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground, and he said, My lords, please turn aside into your servant's house, and spend the night and wash your feet, and you shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, No, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men who came into you tonight? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out to them to the door, and shut the door after him,
And said, I beg you, my brethren, do not do so. so wickedly.
I have two daughters who have not known a man. Please let me bring them out to you, and do to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back, and they said again, this one came in to stay here, and he will be a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them.
And they pressed hard upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men pulled out to the house to them, and shut the door.
And they struck the men who were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, have you here any besides? Bring out of this place your sons-in-law, and your sons and your daughters, and whatsoever you have in the city,
For we will destroy this place.
for we will destroy this place, because the outcry of them is grown great before the face of the Lord.
And the Lord has sent us to destroy it.
And Lot went out and spoke unto his sons-in-law, who married his daughters, and said, up, get out of this place.
For the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed to his sons-in-law as one that mocks.
And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, arise, take your wife and your two daughters who are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his two daughters, the Lord being merciful unto him.
And they brought him forth and set him outside the city.
And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth, that he said, escape for your life. Do not look behind you, neither stay in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed.
And Lot said unto them,
Oh, not so, my lord. Indeed now, your servant has found grace in your sight,
And you have magnified your mercy,
which you have showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die.
Look now,
This city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape there. Is it not a little one?
and my soul shall live.
And he said unto him, look, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow the city for which you have spoken.
Hurry, escape there.
For I cannot do anything until you have arrived there.
Therefore the name of the city was called Zor.
The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zor. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven.
And he overthrew those cities and all the plain,
And all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground.
but his wife looked back from behind him.
And she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord,
And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah,
and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and
lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace.
And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow. When he overthrew the cities
In which Lot dwelt.
dwell in Zur, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the elder said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man on the earth to come in unto us, after the manner of all the earth.
Come, let us give our father wine to drink.
And we will lie with him, that we may preserve the seed of our father. And they gave their father wine to drink that night, and the elder went in and lay with her father, and he did not notice when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the next day, that the elder said to the younger, Behold, I lay last night with my father, let us give him wine to drink this night also, and you go in and lie with him, that we may preserve the seed, proven to door and to hear. And son, I did you my glove, then do not do so what that lead. And they made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger arose and lay with him, and he did not notice when she lay down or when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and named him Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger she also bore a son, and named him Benami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Toward the territory of the Negev, and lived between Kadesh and Shur, and he lived as a resident alien in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Look, you are as good as dead, because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a married woman. Now Abimelech had not approached her, and he said, Lord, will you slay a righteous nation also? Did he not himself say to me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself, said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands I have done this. Then God said to him in the dream, Yes, I know that you have done this in the integrity of your heart, and it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore I did not let you touch her. Now then, return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you will live. But if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all who belong to you. So Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their hearing, and the men were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him,
What have you done to us?
And how have I sinned against you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done to me what ought not to be done.
And Abimelech said to Abraham, What did you have in mind when you did this thing?
And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely there is no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife.
Besides, he is actually my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother.
And she became my wife.
Love, 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 love.
And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said to her, This is the kindness which you shall show to me. Everywhere we go, say of me, He is my brother. Then Abimelech took sheep and oxen and male and female servants, and gave them to Abraham, and restored Sarah his wife to him.
And Abimelech said, Look, my land is before you, live wherever it pleases you.
And to Sarah he said, Look, I have have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. It is for you, a covering of the eyes to all who are with you. And before everyone you are clear. And Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife and his female servant, so that they bore children. For the Lord had closed fast all the wombs of the household of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife.
Conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. Abraham called the name of his son, who was born to him, whom Sarah bore to him. Abraham circumcised his son Isaac when he was 8 days old, as God had commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah said, God has made me laugh, so that all who hear will laugh with me. She also said, who would have told Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. The child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, she had born to Abraham, mocking Isaac. Therefore she said to Abraham, cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. The thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. God said to Abraham, do not let it be grievous in your sight because of the boy, and because of your bondwoman. Listen to all that Sarah has said to you, for in Isaac shall your seed be called. Yet I will also make a nation of the son of the bondwoman, because he is your seed. Abraham rose up early in the morning and took bread and a bottle of water and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder and the boy, and sent her away. She departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. The water in the bottle was spent, and she cast the boy under one of the shrubs. She went and sat down opposite him, a good way off, as it were a bow shot, for she said, let me not see the death of the boy. She sat opposite him and lifted up her voice and wept. God heard the voice of the boy, and the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven and said to her, what ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for God has heard the voice of the boy from where he is. Arise, lift up the boy and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation. God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the bottle with water and gave the boy to drink. God was with the boy, and he grew and lived in the wilderness and became an archer. He lived in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took a wife for him out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his army, spoke to Abraham, saying, God is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear to me here by God that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done to you, you will do to me, and to the land wherein you have sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What means these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves?"
And Abraham said,
"You shall take these 7 ewe lambs of my hand, that they may be a witness to me that I have dug this well."
Therefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore, both of them.
Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up and Phicol, the chief captain of his army, and they returned into the land of the Philistines.
And Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and called thereon the name of the Lord,
The everlasting God.
And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land
Many days. No, 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 no. La, 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 la.
And it came to pass after these things that God tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham, and he said, Here I am. And he said, Take now your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and get you into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell you of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and cleaved the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up and went to the place of which God had told him.
Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said to his young men, Stay here with the donkey,
And I and the boy will go yonder and worship,
and then we will come again to you.
And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and they went both of them together.
And Isaac spoke to Abraham his father and said, My father.
And he said, Here I am, my son. And he said, Look, the fire and the wood are here, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?
And Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering.
So they went, both of them together, and they came to the place which God had told him of.
And Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order,
And bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called to him out of heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. And he said, Lay not your hand upon the boy, neither do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God, seeing you have not withheld your son, your only son,
from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him was a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering instead of his son.
And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah-Jireh,
As it is said to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be provided.
And the angel of the Lord called to Abraham out of heaven the 2nd time,
And said, By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, because you have done this thing and have not withheld your son, your only son.
that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And your seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice.
So Abraham returned to his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba.
And Abraham lived at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things
was told Abraham, saying, "Look, Milcah, she has also borne children to your brother Nahor."
Uz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel, the father of Aram.
And Chest, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah bore to Abraham's brother Nahor.
And his concubine, whose name was Reemah, she also bore Tebah, and Gaham, and Zildish, and Bechor.
And Sarah lived 127 years. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiriath Arba, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her.
And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spoke to the sons of Heth, saying,
I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burial place with you,
that I may bury my dead out of my sight.
And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying to him,
Hear us, my Lord, you are a might in among us. Choose the best of our sepulchres and bury your dead. None of us shall withhold his sepulchre from you,
but that you may bury your dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth.
and he communed with them,
Saying,
If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight,
Hear me and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zohar,
that he may give me the cave of Machpelah,
which he has, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it to me, for a possession of a burial place among you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the sons of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of his city, saying, No, my lord, hear me. I'd give you the field and the cave that is in it. I'd give it to you in the presence of the sons of my people.
bury your dead.
And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land.
And he spoke to Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if you will give it, I pray you hear me. I will give you money for the field, take it from me, and I will bury my dead there.
And Ephron answered Abraham, saying to him,
My Lord, listen to me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between me and you? Bury therefore your dead.
And Abraham hearkened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was in it, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure to Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan.
And the field and the cave that is in it
Were made sure to Abraham for a possession of a burial place by the sons of And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed him in all things. And Abraham said to his eldest servant of his house, who ruled over all that he had, Please put your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that you shall not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I dwell, but you shall go to my country country and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son Isaac.
And the servant said to him, what if the woman will not be willing to follow me to this land? Must I needs bring your son again to the land from which you came? And Abraham said to him, beware that you bring not my son there again.
The Lord God of heaven, who took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and who spoke to me,
And who swore to me, saying, to your seed will I give this land.
he will send his angel before you,
And you shall take a wife to my son from there.
And if the woman will not be willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son there again.
And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand.
And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor.
And he made his camels to kneel down outside the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, the time that women go out to draw water.
And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, please send me good speed this day, and show kindness to my master Abraham.
Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the maiden to whom I say, please let down your pitcher, that I may drink, and she shall say,
Drink!
And I will give your camels drink also. Let the same be the one that you have appointed for your servant Isaac. And by this I shall know that you have shown kindness to my master.
And it came to pass, before he had finished speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder.
And the maiden was very beautiful to look upon. A virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said, please let me drink a little water from your pitcher. And she said,
Drink, my lord. And she quickly let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink.
and when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for your camels also until they have done drinking.
And she quickly emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again to the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels.
And the man watching her held his peace, to know whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not.
And it came to pass, as the camels had finished drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight,
And 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge in?
And she said to him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, whom she bore to Nahor.
She said moreover to him, we have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord. And he said, blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who has not left my master destitute of his mercy.
And his truth, I being in the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren.
And the maiden ran and told her mother's house these things.
And Rebekah had a brother,
And his name was Laban. The Laban ran out to the man to the well.
and it came to pass when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hands,
And when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister saying,
thus spoke the man to me,
that he came to the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, come in, you blessed of the Lord, why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels.
And the man came into the house, and Laban unloaded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels,
And water to wash his feet, and the feet set before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told my errand. And Laban said, speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord has blessed my master greatly. And he is become great, and he has given him flocks and herds and silver and gold, and men servants and maidservants and camels and donkeys. And Sarah my master's wife bore a son to my master when she was old, and to him has he given all that he has. And my master made me swear, saying, you shall not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell.
But you shall go to my father's house and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son.
And I said to my master, what if the woman will not follow me? And he said to me, the Lord before whom I walk will send his angel with you, and prosper your way, and you shall take a wife for my son of my kindred and of my father's house.
Then shall you be clear from my oath when you come to my kindred, and if they give not one to you, you shall be clear from my oath.
And I came this day to the well and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now you will prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of my Tamama water. And it shall come to pass that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, and I say to her, please give me, I pray you, a little water from your pitcher to drink. And she says to me, both drink you, and I will also draw for your camels.
Let the same be the woman whom the Lord has appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down to the well and drew water. And I said to her, please let me drink.
And she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, drink, and I will also give your camels drink. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, whose daughter are you? And she said,
the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore to him. And I put the earring upon her face and the bracelets upon her hands, and I bowed down my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham,
who had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter to his son. And now if you will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left.
Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing proceeds from the Lord. We cannot speak to you bad or good.
Behold, Rebekah is before you, take her and go, and let her be wife to your master's son,
as the Lord has spoken.
And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he bowed himself to the earth before the Lord. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and clothing, and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave precious things to her brother and to her mother.
And they ate and drank, he and the men who were with him, and stayed all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, send me away that I may go to my master. And Rebekah's brother and her mother said, let the maiden stay with us a few days, at the least 10, after that she shall go.
And he said to them, do not hinder me, seeing the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master.
And they said, we will call the maiden and ask her opinion. And they called Rebekah and said to her, will you go with this man? And she said,
I will go. And they sent away Rebekah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant and his men.
And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, you are our sister, be you the mother of thousands of millions, and let your seed possess the gate of those who hate them.
And Rebekah arose, and her maidens, and they rode upon the camels and followed the man.
And they servant took Rebekah and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well Lahairoi, for he dwelled in the south country.
And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide, and he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming.
And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lightly dismounted from the camel.
For she
to the servant, "Who is this man walking in the field to meet us?" And the servant had said, "It is my master."
Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all the things that he had done.
And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death.
Ow! Ting, ting, toot, ting, ting. Ting, toot, ting, ting. Toot, toot, ting, toot.
Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she bore him Zimran and Jokshan, and Midian and Ishbak and Shuha. And Jokshan begat Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim and Letashim and Lemam.
And the sons of Midian, Ephah and Epher and Hanakam, Bida and Eldah.
All these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had to Isaac, but to the sons of the concubines whom Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived eastward to the east country.
And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived 160 years.
Then Abraham gave up the spirit and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people.
And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre,
the field which Abraham purchased from the sons of Heth.
There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife.
And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac.
And Isaac dwelt by the well Lahairoi.
Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son,
Whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bore to Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names, according to their generations.
the firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth and Kedar and Adbeel and Mibsam
And Mishma and Duma and Massa,
Hadar and Tamah,
Jitter.
Naphish and Kedemah.
These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their towns and by their castles.
12 princes according to their nations, and these are the years of the life of Ishmael,
137 years.
and he gave up the spirit and died, and was gathered to his people.
And they dwelt from Havilah to Shur,
That is before Egypt,
as you go toward Assyria.
and he died in the presence of all his brethren.
And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son.
Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian, of Paddan Aram, the sister to Laban the Syrian.
And Isaac pleaded with the Lord for his wife,
because she was barren,
and the Lord was untreated of him.
and Rebekah his wife conceived, and the children struggled together within her. And she said, "If it be so, why am I thus?"
And she went to inquire of the Lord.
And the Lord said to her,
2 nations are in your womb,
"And 2 kinds of people shall be separated from your bowels,
and the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger."
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau.
And after that came his brother out,
And his hand took hold on Esau's heel,
and his name was called Jacob.
and Isaac was 80 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a skillful hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents.
And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat
But Rebekah loved Jacob,
and Jacob cooked stew.
and Esau came from the field, and he was faint.
And Esau said to Jacob, let me swallow, I pray you, some of that red stew.
For I am faint, therefore was his name called Edom.
And Jacob said, sell me this day your birthright.
And Esau said, behold, I am about to die, and what good shall this birthright do to me?
And Jacob said, swear to me this day.
And he swore to him.
And he sold his birthright to Jacob.
Then Jacob gave Esau bread and stew of lentils, and he ate and drank and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. And there was a famine in the land beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, to Gerar. And the Lord appeared to him and said, do not go down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell you of.
Hi, hi, hi.
Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you, and will bless you. For to you and to your descendants I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. And I will make your descendants multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give to your descendants all these countries, and in your descendants shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his wife, and he said,
She is my sister.
For he feared to say,
She is my wife.
lest the men of the place should kill him for Rebekah,
Because she was fair to look upon.
And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out at a window
And saw, and
behold, Isaac was fondling Rebekah his wife. And Abimelech called Isaac and said, behold, surely she is your wife. And how said you?
She is my sister.
And Isaac said to him, because I said, lest I die for her. And Abimelech said, what is this you have done to us?
One of the people might easily glean with your wife.
And you would have brought guilt upon us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, he that touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Then Isaac sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold. And the Lord blessed him. And the man grew great, and went forward and grew, until he became very wealthy. For he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and great store of servants. The Philistines envied him for all the wells which his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father. The Philistines had stopped them, and filled them with earth.
And Abimelech said to Isaac, go away from us, for you are much mightier than we are.
And Isaac departed from there, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there.
And Isaac dug again the wells of water which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father.
For the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham.
And he called their names after the names by which his father had called them.
And Isaac's servants dug in the valley, and found there a well of spring water. And the herdsmen of Gerar quarreled with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, the water is ours.
And he called the name of the well Esek, because they contended with him.
And they dug another well, and quarreled over that also. And he called the name of it Sitnah. And he moved from there and dug another well, and for that they did not quarrel. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, for now the Lord has made room for us,
And we shall be fruitful in the land.
And he went up from there to Beersheba, bless you and multiply your descendants for my servant Abraham's sake. And he built an altar there and called upon the name of the Lord and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Alzath one of his friends, and Phicol the chief captain of his army. And Isaac said to them, why have you come to me, seeing you hate me and have sent me away from you? And they said, we certainly saw that the Lord was with you. And we said, let there be now an oath between us, even between us and you, and let us make a covenant with you, that you will not harm us, as we have not touched you, and as we have done to you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of the Lord. And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up early in the morning and swore one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servants came and told about the well which they had dug, and said to him, we have found water. And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba to this day. And Esau was 40 years old when he took as wife Judith the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemath the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind to Isaac and to Rebekah and to Rebekah. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son and said to him, my son. And he said to him, here am I. And Isaac said, behold, now I am old, I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray you, your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field and hunt me some venison, and make me tasty food such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, that my soul may bless you before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spoke to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. And Rebekah spoke to Jacob her son, saying, behold, I heard your father speak to Esau your brother, saying, bring me venison and make me tasty food, that I may eat and bless you before the Lord before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command you. Go now to the flock and bring me from there 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make tasty food of them for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father, that may use, and that he may bless you before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father perhaps will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me and not a blessing. And his mother said to him, upon me be your curse, my son, only obey my voice and go and fetch them. And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother, and his mother made tasty food such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly clothing of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon the smooth part of his neck. And she gave the tasty food and the bread which he had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came to his father and said, my father. And he said, here am I. Who are you, my son? And Jacob said to his father, I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done according as you asked me. Arise, I pray you, sit and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me. And Isaac said to his son, how is it that you have found it so quickly, my son? And he said, because the Lord your God brought it to me. And And Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near, I pray you, that I may feel you, my son, whether you are my very son Esau or not." And Jacob went near to Isaac his father, and he felt him, and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." And he did not recognize him, because his hands were hairy as his brother Esau's hands, so he blessed him. And he said, "Are you my very son Esau?" And he said, "I am."
And he said, "Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless you." And he brought it Anzinous, and he brought it wine, and he drank.
And his father Isaac said to him, "Come near now and kiss me, my son." And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his clothing, and blessed him, and said, "See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord has blessed. Therefore God give you of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone that curses you, and blessed be he that blesses you."
And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had finished blessing Jacob, and Jacob was scarcely gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made tasty food, and brought it to his father, and said to his father, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that your soul may bless me." And Isaac his father said to him,
"Who are you?"
And he said, "I am your son,
"Your firstborn Esau."
And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Where is he that has hunted venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and have blessed him.
"Yes, and he shall be blessed."
And he shall be blessed.
And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me,
Even me also?
oh my father."
And he said, Your brother came with deceit, and has taken away your blessing. And Esau said, Is not he rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing. And he said, Have you not reserved a blessing for me?
And Isaac answered and said to Esau,
Behold, I have made him your lord, and all his brothers have I given to him for servants.
"And with corn and wine have I sustained him."
And what shall I do now for you, my son? And Esau said to his father,
"Have you but one blessing, my father?"
Bless me, even me also.
"Oh, my father."
And Esau lifted up his voice and wept.
And Isaac his father answered and said to him, "Behold, your dwelling shall be far from the fatness of the earth, and from the dew of heaven from above.
And by your sword shall you live, and shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you shall have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke from off your neck."
And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father blessed him.
And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob.
And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said to him,
Behold, your brother Esau comforts himself concerning you, proposing to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise, flee to Laban my brother to Haran.
"And stay with him a few days, until your brother's fury turns away,
your brother's anger turns away from you, and he forgets what you have done to him, then I will send and fetch you from there. Why should I be deprived of both of you in one day?
And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob takes a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these, which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me? Ha, ha, ha. And Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said to him, You shall not take the wife of the daughters of Canaan.
Arise, go to Paddan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take a wife from there of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother.
And God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people.
And give you the blessing of Abraham to you and to your descendants with you, that you may inherit the land in which you are a stranger, which God gave to Abraham.
And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Paddan Aram to Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother.
When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Paddan Aram to take a wife from there, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying,
You shall not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan.
And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Paddan Aram. And Esau saw that the daughters of Canaan did not please Isaac his father. Then went Esau to Ishmael, and took to his wives which he had Mahaleth, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nabahoth, to be his wife.
And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran.
And he came to a certain place and stayed there all night, because the sun was set. And he took one of the stones of the place and put it for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth,
And the top of it reached to heaven.
and behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it.
And behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham your father, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie, to you will I give it, and to your descendants.
And your descendants shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south. And in you and in your descendants shall all the families of the earth be blessed.
And behold, I am with you, and will keep you in all places where you go, and will bring you again into this land. For I will not leave you until I have done that which I have spoken to you of.
And Jacob awoke out of his sleep, and he said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it.
And he was afraid and said, How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven.
And Jacob rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it.
And he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of that city was Luz at the first.
And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and clothing to wear, so that I come again to my father's house in peace,
Then shall the Lord be my God, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be
God's house. And of all that you shall give me, I will surely give the 10th to you. Then Jacob went on his journey and came into the
sheep lying by it.
For out of that well they watered the flocks,
And a great stone was upon the well's mouth.
and there all the flocks were gathered, and they rolled the stone from the well's mouth.
And watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in its place.
And Jacob said to them, "My brothers, from where are you?"
And they said, "We are from Haran."
And he said to them, "Do you know Laban the son of Nahor?"
And they said, "We know him."
And he said to them,
"Is he well?"
and they said, "He is well."
And behold, Rachel his daughter comes with the sheep.
And Jacob said, "Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together.
Water the sheep and go and feed them.
And they said, "We cannot until all the flocks are gathered together."
Until they roll the stone from the well's mouth, then we water the sheep.
And while he yet spoke with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep.
For she was a shepherdess.
And it came to pass when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother,
And the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother.
and Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept.
And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father.
And it came to pass when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son,
That he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house.
and Jacob told Laban all these things.
And Laban said to him,
"Surely you are my bone and my flesh."
and Jacob stayed with him for the space of a month.
And Laban said to Jacob, "Because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for nothing?
Tell me what your wages shall be.
And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah,
And the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was weak-eyed.
but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored.
La 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 la. And oh 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 oh.
And when Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister and said to Jacob, "Give me children, or else I die."
And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, "Am I in God's place, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?"
And she said, "Behold, my maid Bilhah, go into her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her."
And she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife.
And Jacob went into her.
And Bilhah conceived and bore Jacob a son. And Rachel said, "God has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and has given me a son."
Therefore she called his name Dan.
And Rachel's maid Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son.
And Rachel said,
With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed.
and she called his name Naphtali.
When Leah saw that she had stopped bearing, she took Zilpah her maid and gave her to Jacob to wife.
And Leah's maid Zilpah bore Jacob a son. And Leah said, "A troop comes."
And she called his name Gad.
And Leah's maid Zilpah bore Jacob a second son.
And Leah said, "Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed."
And she called his name Asher.
And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest and found mandrakes in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, "Give me, I pray you, some of your son's mandrakes." And Leah said to her, "Is it a small matter that you have taken my husband, and would you take away my son's mandrakes also?" And Rachel said, "Therefore he shall lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes." And Jacob came from the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him and said, "You must come in to me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." And he lay with her that night.
And God listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore Jacob the 5th son.
And Leah said, "God has endowed me with a good present. Now named Dinah.
And God remembered Rachel,
And God listened to her and opened her womb.
and she conceived and bore a son,
And said, God has taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph and said, the Lord shall add to me another son.
And it came to pass, when Rachel had born Joseph, that Jacob said to Laban, send me away, that I may go to my own place and to my country. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served you, and let me go. For you know my service, which I have done to you. And Laban said to him, I pray you, if I have found favor in your eyes, stay. For I have learned by experience that the Lord has blessed me for your sake. And he said, appoint me your wages, and I will give it.
And Jacob said to him, you know how I have served you, and how your cattle was with me.
For it was little which you had before I came, and it is now increased into a multitude. And the Lord has blessed you wherever I went.
And now when shall I provide for my own house also?
And Laban said, what shall I give you?
And Jacob said, you shall not give me anything, if you will do this thing for me. I will again feed and keep your flock.
I will pass through all your flock today, removing from there all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats. And of such shall be my hire.
So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my hire before your face.
Everyone that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep that I find with me, shall be counted stolen.
And Laban said, behold, let it be according to your word.
And he removed that day the male goats that were ring-straked and spotted, and all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, and everyone that had white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons.
And he set 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob.
And Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks.
And Jacob took to him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and peeled white streaks in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods.
And he set the rods which he had peeled before the flocks in the gutters in the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, so that they should conceive when they came to drink.
And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle ring-straked, speckled and spotted.
And Jacob did separate the
And
lambs,
set the faces of the flocks toward the ring-straked.
and all the brown in the flock of Laban, and he put his own flocks by themselves.
And did not put them to Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods.
But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger were Jacob's. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and donkeys.
And Jacob heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's has he gotten all this glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not toward him as before.
And the Lord said to Jacob, return to the land of your fathers, and to your kindred, and I will be with you.
And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field to his flock,
And said to them, I see your father's countenance, that it is not toward me as before.
but the God of my father has been with me.
And you know that with all my power I have served your father,
And your father has deceived me,
and changed my wages 10 times.
but God suffered him
not to hurt me.
If he said thus, the speckle shall be your wages, then all the cattle bore speckled. And if he said thus, the ring streak shall be your wages, then all the cattle bore ring straight.
Thus God has taken away the cattle of your father and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up my eyes and saw in a dream, and behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring straight, speckled, and spotted.
And the angel of God spoke to me in a dream, saying, Jacob.
And I said, Here am I.
And he said, Lift up your eyes and see, all the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring straight, speckled, and spotted.
For I have seen all that Laban does to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed the pillar, and where you vowed a vow to me. Now arise, get out from this land,
and return to the land of your kindred. And Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house?
Are we not counted of him as strangers? For he has sold us and has quite devoured also
Our money,
for all the riches which God has taken from our father, that is
ours and our children's. Now then, whatever God has said to you, do it.
Then Jacob rose up and set his sons and his wives upon camels,
And he carried away all his cattle,
and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his acquiring which he had gotten in Paddan Aram, to go to Isaac his father in the land of Canaan.
And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel stole the images that were her father's.
And Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian, in that he told him not that he fled.
So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river, and set his face toward the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the third day that Jacob was fled, and he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in the Mount Gilead.
And God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said to him, Be careful that you speak not to Jacob either good or bad.
And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him.
When Jacob saw them, he said, This is God's army, and he called the name of that place
Mahanaim.
And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother, to the land of Seir,
The country of Edom.
and he commanded them, saying, Thus shall you speak to my lord Esau. You say, Then Jacob says thus, I have stayed with Laban and remained there until now. And I have oxen and donkeys, flocks and male servants,
And I have sent to tell my Lord that I may find grace in your sight.
and the messengers returned to Jacob, saying,
We came to your brother Esau,
And also he comes to meet you, and 400 men with him. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed,
and he divided the people that were with him, and the flocks and herds and the camels, into 2 bands.
and said, If Esau comes to the one company and strikes it, then the other company which is left shall escape.
And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, O Lord, who said to me, Return to your country and to your kindred,
And I will deal well with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which you have shown to your servant.
For with my staff I passed over this Jordan.
And now I am become to company.
Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother,
From the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and strike me.
and the mother with the children.
And you said, I will surely do you good and make your descendants as the sand of the sea,
which cannot be numbered for multitude.
And he stayed there that same night and took of that which came to his hand, a present for Esau his brother,
200 female goats
and 20 male goats,
200 ewes and 20 rams,
30 milk camels with their colts,
40 cows and 10 bulls,
20 female donkeys and
10 male donkeys.
And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by itself, and said to his servants,
Pass over before me and put a space between drove and drove.
And he commanded the first, saying, When Esau my brother meets you and asks you, saying, Whose are you?
And where are you going? And whose are these before you?
Then you shall say, They are your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent to my lord Esau. And behold, Jacob himself is behind us. And so commanded he the second and the third, and all that followed the drove, saying,
On this manner shall you speak to Esau when you find him.
And say furthermore, Behold, your servant Jacob is behind us. For he said,
I will appease him with the present that goes before me.
And afterward I will see his face.
Perhaps he will accept me.
So the present went over before him, and he himself lodged that night in the company.
And he rose up that night and took his 2 wives and his 2 handmaids and his 11 sons and passed over the forge.
And Jacob called the name of the place Daniel, for he said,
I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved.
And as he passed over Peniel, the sun rose upon him,
and he limped upon his thigh.
Therefore the children of Israel do not eat of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh, to this day.
Because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men, and he divided the children to Leah and to Rachel, the 2 handmaids.
And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after,
And Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept.
and he lifted up his eyes and saw the women and the children,
And said, Who are those with you? And Jacob said, The children whom God has graciously given your servant.
Then the handmaids came near, they and their children,
And they bowed themselves, and Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near and Rachel, and they bowed themselves.
and he said, What do you mean by all this company which I met?
And Jacob said,
These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord.
And Esau
I
said,
have enough, my brother. Keep that which is yours to yourself.
And Jacob said, No, please, if now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present from my hand.
For therefore I have seen your face, as though I had seen the face of God, and you were pleased with me.
Please take my blessing that is brought to you, because
God has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough.
And he urged him, and he took it.
And Esau said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you.
And Jacob said to him, My Lord knows that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with me are giving suck.
And if men should overdrive them, one day all the flock will die.
Please let my Lord pass on before his servant, and I will lead on slowly, according as the cattle that goes before me, and the children are able to endure.
for the city. And he bought a parcel of a field where he had pitched his tent.
At the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money, and erected there an altar and called it Elo Israel. God of Israel, God. And hey! Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Hey, hey, hey. Now Donna,
The daughter of Leah, which she bore to Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and disgraced her. And his soul was deeply attached to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob. And he loved the young woman and spoke kindly to her. And Shechem spoke to Hamor, his father, saying, "Get me this young woman for a wife." And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field. And Jacob held his peace until they came. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to speak with him.
And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very angry because Shechem had committed a shameful deed in Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, which should not be done.
And Hamor spoke with them, saying, "The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you, give her to him for a wife. And make marriages with us, and give your daughters to us, and take our daughters to you.
And you shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade in it, and acquire possessions in it."
And Shechem said to her father and to her brothers, "Let me find grace in your eyes, and what you shall say to me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as you shall say to me.
But give me the young woman to wife." And the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor, his father, deceitfully, and said it because he had defiled Dinah, their sister.
And they said to them, "We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one who is uncircumcised, for that would be us, reproach it to us.
But in this will we consent to you, if you will be as we are, that every male of you be. Then will we give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will dwell with you, and become one people. But if you will not listen to us to be circumcised, then will we take our daughter, and we will be gone."
And their words pleased Hamor, and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man did not delay to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came to the gate of their city, and spoke to the men of their city, saying,
These men are at peace with us, therefore let them dwell in the land and trade in it. For the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and give them our daughters.
"Only on this condition will the men consent to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male among us is circumcised as they are circumcised,
Shall not their livestock and their property and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent to them, and they will dwell with us."
And every male that went out of the gate of his city listened to Hamor and to Shechem his son, and who every male was circumcised. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that two of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took each man his sword,
themselves against me and kill me, and I shall be destroyed.
I and my house.
And they said, should he deal with our sister as with a harlot?
Hot day! And God said to Jacob,
Arise, go up to
Bethel,
and dwell there,
and make there an altar to God. Appeared to you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother.
Then Jacob said to his household and to all that were with him,
Put away the strange gods
that are among you, and purify yourselves.
and change your clothes. And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar to God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went.
And they gave to Jacob all the foreign gods which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears.
And Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem.
And they journeyed, and the terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them. And they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob.
So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar and called the place of Bethel, because their God appeared to him when he fled from his brother.
But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak. And the name of it was called Elon Bachuth,
Oak of weeping.
And God appeared to Jacob again when he came out of Paddan Aram and blessed him. And God said to him, Your name is Jacob. Your name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be your name. And he called his name Israel. And God said to him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of you, and kings shall come out of your body. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac, I will give it to you and to your descendants after you will I give the land.
And God went up from him in the place where he spoke with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he spoke with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering on it, and he poured oil on it. And Jacob called the name of the place where God spoke with him Bethel.
And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And she had hard labor. And it came to pass when she was in hard labor that the midwife said to her,
Do not fear,
For you have this son also.
And it came to pass, as her soul was departing, for she died, that she called his name Ben-Oni.
But his father called him Benjamin, the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave, that is the pillar of Rachel's grave to this day. And Israel journeyed and spread his tent beyond the tower of Eder.
And it came to pass, when Israel lived in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. And Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12.
The sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin.
And the sons of Bilhah,
Rachel's handmaid,
Dan.
and Naphtali.
And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid,
Gad and Asher.
These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Paddan Aram.
And Jacob came to Isaac his father to Mamre, to Kirjah-Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years, and Isaac breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people, being old and full of days. And his son Esau and Jacob buried him.
Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom.
Esau took his wives from the daughters of Canaan, Ada the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, and Aholibamah, the daughter
Aholibama, Borjish, and Jalam, and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born to him in the land of Canaan.
And Esau took his wives and his sons and his daughters and all the persons of his house and his livestock and all his beasts and all his possessions which he had gotten in the land of Canaan, and went into another country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their wealth was too great for them to dwell together, and the land where they sojourned could not bear them because of their livestock.
Thus Esau dwelt in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom.
And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir.
These are the names of Esau's sons. Eliphaz the son of Ada, the wife of Esau. Reuel the son of Basemath, the wife of Esau.
And the sons of Eliphaz were Timon, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore Amalek to Eliphaz.
These were the sons of Ada, Esau's wife.
And the sons of Reuel were Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah.
These were the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife.
And she bore to Esau Jish and Jalam and Korah.
These were chiefs, dukes of the sons of Esau.
The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau.
Chief Teman, Chief Omar, Chief Zepho, Chief Kenaz,
Chief Korah, Chief Gatam, and Chief Amalek.
These are the chiefs that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Ada. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son. Chief Naha, Chief Zerah, Chief Shammah, Chief Mizah. These are the chiefs that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife.
And these are the sons of Aholibama, Esau's wife.
Chief Jish, Chief Jala. These were the chiefs that came of Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, Esau's wife.
These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom. And these are their chiefs.
These are the sons of Seir the Horite, who inhabited the land. Lotan and Shobal and Zibeon and Anna,
And Disson and Ezer and Dishan. These are the chiefs of the Horites, the children of Seir.
in the land of Edom.
And the children of Lotan were Hori and Hamam. And Lotan's sister was Timnah.
And the children of Shobal were Alvan.
And Manahath and Ebal, Zepho and Onam.
And the children of Zibeon were both Ijah
And Anna, this was the Anna who found hot springs in the wilderness.
as he fed the donkeys of Zibeon his father.
And the children of Anna were Disson and Aholibama, the daughter of Anna.
And the children of Disson were Hemdan and Ishban and Ithran and Sharan.
The children of Ezer were Bilhan
Idhan.
and Zavan and Akan.
The children of Dishan were Uz and Aaron. These are the chiefs of the Horites: Chief Lotan, Chief Shobal, Chief Zibeon, Chief Anna, Chief Disson, Chief Ezer, Chief Dishan.
These are the chiefs of the Horites according to their chiefs in the land of Seir. Now these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom before any king reigned over the children of Israel. And Bela the son of Beor reigned in Edom.
And the name of his city was Dinhaba.
And Bela died, and Jobab the son of Zerah of Bozrah reigned in his stead.
And Jobab died, and Hashem of the land of Temani reigned in his stead. And Hashem died, and Hadad the son of Bedad, who struck Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead.
And the name of his city was Avil.
died, and Samla of Masreka reigned in his stead. And Samla died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died, and Baal-Hanan the son of Achbor reigned in his stead.
And Baal-Hanan the son of Achbor died,
And Hadar
reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the names of the chiefs that came of Esau, according to their families after their places, by their names: Chief Timnah, Chief Alva, Chief Jetheth, Chief Aholibama, Chief Elah,
Chief Pinon,
Chief Kenah,
Chief Timah,
Chief Mibzar,
Chief Mibzar,
Chief Magdiel,
Chief Erar.
These are the chiefs of Edom, according to their dwelling places in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the Tzadar of the Edomites. And Jacob dwelt in the land where his father was a sojourner, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brothers, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought to his father an evil report of them.
Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors.
And when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers,
They hated him and could not speak peaceably to him.
and Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him even more.
And he said to them, "Please listen to this dream which I have dreamed.
For we were binding sheaves in the fields, and look, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright, and look, your sheaf stood round about and bowed down to my sheaf."
And his brothers said to him, "Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us?" And they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words.
And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it to his brothers, and said, "Look, I have dreamed a dream more. And look, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars bowed down to me."
And he told it to his father and to his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I
And your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow down ourselves to you to the earth.
And his brothers envied him, but his father kept the matter in mind.
And his brothers went to feed their father's flock in Shechem.
And Israel said to Joseph,
Do not your brothers feed the flock in Shechem?
"Come, I will send you to them."
And he said to him, I am ready.
Or here I am.
And he said to him, Go, I pray you, see whether it is well with your brothers,
And well with the flocks.
and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the valley of Hebron.
And he came to Shechem.
And a certain man found him, and look, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying,
"What are you seeking?"
And he said, I am seeking my brothers.
"Please tell me where they feed their flocks."
And the man said, They have departed from here, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brothers,
And found them in Dothan. La 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 la.
And it came to pass, and it happened at that time, that Judah went down from his brothers,
And turned into a certain Adullamite, whose name was Hira.
and Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite,
Whose name was Shua.
and he took her.
And went into her. And she conceived and bore a son. And he called his name Oned.
And she conceived again,
And bore a son. And she called his name Oned.
the duty of a husband's brother to her, and raise up seed to your brother.
And Onan knew that the seed should not be his.
And it came to pass,
It happened
when he went into his brother's wife, that he spilled the seed on the ground.
so that he might not give seed to his brother
And the thing which he did was evil in the sight of the Lord.
or Yahweh, and he slew him also.
Then said Judah to Timor, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at your father's house,
Till Shelah my son be grown.
for he said, lest he also die like his brother. So Timar went and lived in her father's house. And in process of time,
After a long time,
the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife,
died in Judah.
was comforted and went up to Timnah to his sheep shearers, he and his friend Hira the Adullamite.
And it was told to Tamar,
Saying, look,
or see,
your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep,
and she put her widow's garments off from her,
and covered herself with a veil, and wrapped herself and sat in an open place.
which is by the way to Timnah, for she saw that Shelah was grown, and she was not given to him to wife.
When Judah saw her,
He supposed her to be a prostitute,
because she had covered her face,
and he turned into her by the way,
and said, come,
or please,
let me come into you, for he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law.
and she said, what will you give me that you may come into me?
And he said, I will send you a kid from the flock.
And she said,
Will you give me a pledge till you send it?
and he said, what pledge shall I give you?
And she said,
Your signet,
and your cord and your staff that is in your hand. And he gave them to her,
and came into her,
and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and put off her veil from her, and put on her widow's garments again,
and Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friends, the Adullamite,
to receive the pledge from the woman's hand.
but he did not find her.
Then he asked the men of that place, saying,
Where is the prostitute?
that was by the wayside at Enaim.
And they said, there was no prostitute in this place.
And he returned to Judah.
And said, I cannot find her.
And also the men of the place said,
That there was no prostitute in this place.
and Judah said, let her keep them, lest we be shamed.
Or exposed, see,
I sent this kid,
and you have not found her.
and it came to pass,
It happened
about 3 months after, that it was told to Judah, saying, Tamar, your daughter-in-law,
has committed prostitution.
and also look, she is with child by prostitution.
And Judah said, bring her forth, and let her be burned.
When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man whose these are, am I with child? And she said, please discern, whose are these? The signet and cord and staff.
And Judah acknowledged them.
And said, she is more righteous than I, because I did not give her to Shelah my son.
And he did not come near her again. And it came to pass, it happened,
In the time of her labor, that look,
or see,
twins were in her
and it
womb.
came to pass, it happened,
When she labored, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took
and bound upon his hands.
a scarlet thread, saying, this came out first.
And it came to pass, it happened,
As he drew back his hand, that look,
or see,
his brother came out, and she said,
why have you broken forth?
this breach be upon you. Therefore his name was called Perez. And afterward came out his brother, that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah.
Ah!
And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, bought him from the hands of the Ishmaelites who had brought him down there. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found favor in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer over his house and all that he had. for Joseph's sake, and the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he did not concern himself with anything save
Except
the food which he ate. And Joseph was well built and handsome. And it came to pass, it happened after these days, that his master's wife looked upon Joseph, and she said, "Lie with me." But he refused, and said to his master's wife, "Look,
or see.
my master does not concern himself with anything in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand.
There is no one greater in this house.
Then neither has he kept back anything from me but you, because you are his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God?"
And it came to pass, it happened,
As she spoke to Joseph day by day, that he did not listen to her, to lie by her or to be with her. And it came to pass,
it happened,
about this time, that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there inside. And she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." And he left his garment in her hand and fled, and went outside.
and it came to pass, it happened,
When she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and had fled outside, that she called to the men of her house and spoke to them, saying, "Look,
or see.
he has brought in an Hebrew to mock us. He came in to me to lie with me." And I cried out with a loud voice.
And it came to pass, it happened,
When he heard that, I lifted up my voice and cried that he left his garment with me and fled and went outside. And she laid up his garment by her until his master came home. And she spoke to him according to these words, saying, "The Hebrew servant whom you have brought to us
came in to me to mock me. And it came to pass, it happened,
As I lifted up my voice and cried that he left his garment with me and fled outside. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried that he left his garment with me and fled outside.
and it came to pass, it happened,
When his master heard the words of his wife, which she spoke to him, saying, "Your servant did this to me," that his anger was kindled.
and Joseph's master took him and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in the prison.
But the Lord was with Joseph and showed him mercy,
Kindness,
and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper
of the prison,
of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed all the prisoners that were in the prison to Joseph's hand, and whatever they did there, he was the doer of it.
The keeper of the prison did not look into anything that was under Joseph's hand, because the Lord was with him, and that which he did,
The Lord made it prosper. And it came to pass,
It happened,
After these things, that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was angry with 2 of his officers against the chief of the butlers and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound.
where Joseph was bound,
And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them.
and they continued a season, many days in custody.
And they both dreamed a dream, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream. The butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were bound in the prison.
And Joseph came in to them in the morning, and looked upon them, and look, or see, they were sad.
And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in custody in his master's house, saying, "Why do you look so sad today?"
And today,
And they said to him, "We have dreamed a interpreter of it. And Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God?"
Please tell me them.
And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph,
And said to him,
"In my dream, look,
or see, a vine was before me.
and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and its blossoms shot forth, and the clusters of it brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup,
Where's our God?
and gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand." And Joseph said to him, "This is the interpretation of it.
The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your place, and you will deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner when you were his butler.
But think
Or remember,
on me when it shall be well with you, and show kindness
or favor,
to me, I pray you, and make mention of me to Pharaoh,
and bring me out of this house.
for indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also I have done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon." When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said to Joseph, "I also was in my dream, and look,
Or see,
I had 3 white baskets on my head. And in the uppermost basket there were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh.
birds and back them out of the basket upon my head.
And Joseph answered and said, "This is
The interpretation of it. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head from off you, and will hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat your flesh from off you."
And it came to pass,
It happened
the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast for all his servants. And he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants.
and he restored the chief butler to his butlership again. And he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand.
But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them.
Yet the chief butler did not remember Joseph, but forgot him.
And it came to pass, it happened, at the end of 2 full years, that Pharaoh dreamed, and look or see, he stood by the river. And look
Or see,
there came up out of the river 7 well-favored, beautiful cows, and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And look,
or see,
7 other cows came up after them out of the river, ill-favored
ugly,
and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other cows upon the bank of the river. And the ill-favored and lean-fleshed cows ate up the 7 well-favored and fat cows. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept and dreamed the 2nd time. And look,
or see,
7 years of grain came up on one stalk, full and good. And look,
or see,
7 thin ears and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 full and good ears, and Pharaoh awoke. And look, it was a dream.
and it came to pass, it happened in the morning, that his spirit was troubled. And he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt and all its wise men, and Pharaoh told them his dream.
But there was no one who could interpret them to Pharaoh.
Then the chief butler spoke to Pharaoh, saying, "I remember my faults this day."
Pharaoh was angry with his servants and put me in custody in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, and we dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, an Hebrew servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream, he interpreted.
And it came to pass, it happened happened as he interpreted to us. So it was. I was restored to my office and him he hanged.
Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they quickly brought him out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself and changed his clothes and came in to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. And I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it.
And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me, or I cannot do it. God shall give Pharaoh a peaceable answer.
And Pharaoh said to Joseph,
Joseph,
in my dream, look,
or see,
I stood upon the bank of the river.
and look, or see, 7 cows came up out of the river, fat-fleshed and beautiful,
And they fed in a meadow.
and look, or see,
7 other cows came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean flesh, such as I have never seen in all the land of Egypt for badness.
and the lean and the ill-favored cows ate up the first 7 fat cows.
And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as at the beginning. So I awoke,
And I saw in my dream, and look, or see, 7 ears of grain came up on one stalk, full and good,
and look,
or see,
7 ears thin and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them.
and the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this to the magicians,
But there was no one who could declare it to me.
and Joseph said to Pharaoh, the dream of Pharaoh is one. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one.
And the 7 thin and ill-favored cows that came up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind
Are 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. Look, or see,
There will come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt.
and there shall arise after them 7 years of famine,
And all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt.
and the famine shall consume the land.
And the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled to Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass or do it.
Now therefore let Pharaoh look for a man wise and discreet, and set him over the land of Egypt.
Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the produce of the land of Egypt in the 7 plentiful years.
And let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities.
And that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, so that the land may not perish through the famine.
And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants.
And Pharaoh said to his servants, Can we find such a one as this is? A man in whom the Spirit of God is.
Oh,
And Pharaoh said to Joseph, For as much
Joseph, "Look
Or see, I have set you over all the land of Egypt."
And Pharaoh took off his signet ring from his hand and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck.
And he made him ride in the second chariot which he had, and they cried before him, "Bow the knee, or upright." And he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt.
And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, and without your permission shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt."
I know,
And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zephnath-Paneah, and he gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On, as a wife.
And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt.
And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king
Of Egypt.
And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Egypt.
And oh,
And in the 7 plentiful years the earth brought forth in abundance,
and he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt.
and laid up the food in the cities, the food of the field which was round about every city, laid he up in the same.
And Joseph gathered grain as the sand of the sea, very much until he stopped numbering it.
For it was without number. And to Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On, bore to him.
And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh, for God has made me forget all my toil and all my father's house.
And the name of the second he called Ephraim, for God has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction.
And the 7 years of plenty that was in the land of Egypt were ended.
Years of famine began to come, according as Joseph had said, and the famine was in all lands. But in all the land of Egypt there was bread.
And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread.
And Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph,
What he says to you do."
And the famine was over all the face of the earth, and Joseph opened all the storehouses,
Or all the grain.
and sold to the Egyptians, because the famine grew severe in the land of Egypt. And all countries came into Egypt to Joseph to buy grain,
Because the famine was so severe in all the earth. Hey.
Now when Jacob saw that there was grain in Egypt, Jacob said to his sons, "Why do you look at one another?" And he said, "Look or see, I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy grain for us from there, so that we may live and not die." And Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Egypt. But Jacob did not send Joseph's brother Benjamin with his brothers, for he said, lest harm
Or disaster.
may happen to him.
And the sons of Israel came to buy grain among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan.
And Joseph was the governor over the land, and he it was who sold grain to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth.
And Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them, but he acted as a stranger to them.
And spoke roughly to them, and he said to them, "From where do you come?" And they said, "From the land of Canaan to buy food."
And Joseph recognized his brothers, but they did not recognize him.
And Joseph remembered the dreams which he had dreamed of them, and said to them, "You are spies to see the weakness of the land. You have come."
And they said to him, "My lord,
"No, but your servants have come to buy food."
we are all the sons of one man. We are honest men. Your servants are not spies." And he said to them,
"No, but you have come to see the weakness
or nakedness.
And they said, "Your servants are 12 brothers.
brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And look,
Or see,
the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not.
and Joseph said to them, "It is as I spoke to you, saying you are spies."
By this you shall be proved, by the life of Pharaoh you shall not go forth from here.
Unless your youngest brother comes here.
Send one of you and let him fetch your brother, and you shall be kept in prison,
That your words may be proved.
whether there is any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh surely you are spies.
And he put them all together into custody for 3 days.
And Joseph said to them, the third day do this,
And live, for I fear God.
if you are honest men, let one of your brothers be bound in the house of your prison. Go carry grain for the famine of your houses, but bring your youngest brother to me, so shall your words be verified, and you shall not die.
And they did so, and they said one to another, "We are truly guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he pleaded with us.
And we would not hear, therefore is this distress come upon us.
And Reuben answered them, saying, "Did I not speak to you, saying, do not sin against the child? And you would not listen, therefore look, or see his blood is required."
And they did not know that Joseph understood them, for he spoke to them by an interpreter.
And he turned himself away from them, and wept, and returned to them again, and spoke to them, and took from them Simeon, and bound him before their eyes.
Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with grain, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provisions for the way, and so it was done to them.
And they loaded their donkeys with the grain, and departed from there.
And as one of them opened his sack to give his donkey fodder in the inn, he saw his money, for look,
Or see,
it was in the mouth of his sack.
or see, or see,
And he said to his brothers, my money is restored, and look,
or see.
it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, and they were afraid,
Saying one to another, "What is this that God has done to us?"
and they came to Jacob, their father, to the land of Canaan, and told him all that happened to them, saying, the man who is the Lord of the land spoke roughly to us,
And took us for spies of the country.
and we said
To him, "We are honest men, we are no spies. We are 12 brothers,
sons of our father, one is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan.
and the man, the Lord of the country, said to us, By this I will know
That you are honest men, leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone.
and bring your youngest brother to me, then I shall know that you are no spies."
But that you are honest men, so will I deliver you your brother, and you may trade in the land. And it came to pass,
It happened,
as they emptied their sacks, that look,
or see,
every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid.
And Jacob their father said to them, "You have deprived me of my children. Joseph is gone, and Simeon is gone, and you will take Benjamin away. Also all these things are against me."
And Reuben spoke to his father, saying, you may kill my 2 sons if I do not bring him to you. Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again. And he said, my son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he alone is left if harm
Or disaster
happens to him by the way in which you go. Then you shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food.
But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the man said to us, you shall not see my face unless your brother is with you.
And Israel said, why did you deal so badly with me as to tell the man whether you would still another brother? And they said, the man asked us specifically about ourselves and our family, saying, is your father still alive? Do you have a brother? We told him according to the content of these words, could we know for sure that he would say, bring your brother down? And Judah said to Israel his father,
Send the young man with me,
and we will arise and go, so that we may live and not die.
both we and you and also our little ones.
I will be surety or guarantee for him. You shall require him from my hand. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For if we had not delayed, surely we had returned twice by now.
And their father Israel said to them, if it must be so,
Then do this, take the best fruits of the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm, and a little honey, spices, and myrrh, nuts, and almonds. And take double money in your hand, and the money that was returned in the mouth of your sacks. Carry it again in your hand, perhaps it was an oversight.
take your brother also.
And arise, go again to the man.
And may Almighty God give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your other brother and Benjamin. If I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved.
And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and went down to Egypt, and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, bring these men home, and kill meat, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon.
And the man did as Joseph commanded, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house.
And the men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house.
And they said, because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time, we are brought in to overpower us, and to seize us, and to take us for servants and our donkeys. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they spoke with him at the door of the house, and said, oh my lord, we certainly came down at the first time to buy food. And it happened when we came to the inn, that we opened our sacks, and look, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack in full weight. And we have brought it again in our hand,
And we have brought down other money in our hands to buy food. We do not know who put our money in our sacks.
And he said, peace be to you, do not fear your God, and the God of your father has given you treasure in your sacks.
I had your money.
And he brought Simeon out to them.
And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their donkeys fodder. And they made ready the present, for Joseph came at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, is your father well? The old man of whom you spoke, is he still alive?
And they answered, your servants, our father is well, he is still alive. And they bowed down their heads and made reverence.
And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, is this your younger brother of whom you spoke to me? And he said, God be gracious to you, my son.
And Joseph hurried, for his feelings were moved toward his brother, and he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber and wept there. And he washed his face and came out and controlled himself, and said, set on food.
them by themselves, and the Egyptians who did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians could not eat food with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination to the Egyptians. And they set before him the firstborn according to his seniority, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men were astonished at one another, and he took and sent food portions to them from before him.
But Benjamin's portion to them from before him. And Joseph commanded the steward of his house, saying, fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth.
And put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and his grain money also. And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken.
As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their donkeys. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet far off,
Joseph said to his steward, up, follow after these men.
and when you overtake them, say to them, why have you rewarded evil for good?
Is not this the cup from which my Lord drinks, and by which he often seeks knowledge?
Or devise?
You have done evil in doing this.
And he overtook them, and he spoke these same words to them.
And they said to him, why does my Lord say these words?
Your servants would never think of doing such a thing.
Look,
Or see,
the money which we found in our sacks' mouths, we brought again to you out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal silver or gold out of your Lord's house?
with whomever of your servants it is found, let him die, and we also will be my Lord's slaves.
And he said, now let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found shall be my slave, and you shall be blameless.
Then they quickly took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack.
And he searched and began at the eldest, and ended at the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack.
Then they tore their clothes, and every man loaded his donkey, and they returned to the city. And Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, for Joseph was still there,
And they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said to them, what deed is this that you have done? Do you not know that such a man as I can certainly seek knowledge?
And Judah said, what shall we say to my Lord?
What shall we speak?
Or how shall we clear ourselves?
God has found out the guilt of your servants. Look,
Or see?
we are my Lord's slaves, both we, and he also with whom the cup is found.
And he said, far be it from me that I should do so. The man in whose hand the cup was found, he shall be my slave, and as for you, go up in peace to your father.
Then Judah came near to him and said, oh my Lord, please let your servant speak a word in my Lord's ears, and do not let your anger burn against your servant, for you are even like Pharaoh.
My Lord asked his servants before, saying, do you have a father or a brother?
And we said to my Lord, we have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a young one, and his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him.
And you said to your servants, bring him down to me, so that I may set my eyes on him.
And we said to my Lord, the young man cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die.
And you said to your servants, unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you shall see my face no more.
And it happened when we came up to your servant my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, go again and buy us a little food.
And we said, we cannot go down if our youngest brother is with us.
Then we will go down, for we may not see the man's face,
unless our youngest brother is with us.
And your servant my father said to us, you know that my wife bore me 2 sons,
And one went out from me.
and I said, surely he is torn to pieces, and I have not seen him since.
And if you take this one also from me, and harm or disaster
Happens to him, you shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave.
Or Sheol.
Now therefore, when I come to your servant my father,
And the young man is not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the young man's life.
it will happen when he sees that the young man is not with us, that he will die. And your servant shall bring down the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to the grave.
For your servant became surety or guarantee for the young man to my father,
Saying, if I do not bring him back to you, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever.
Now therefore, please let your servant remain instead of the young man as a slave to my lord, and let the young man go up with his brothers.
For how shall I go up to my father
If the young man is not with me,
I fear seeing the evil that would come on my father?
or Sheol.
Joseph could not control himself before all those who stood by him, and he cried out, "Make every man leave my presence." And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known to his brothers. And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians and the house of Pharaoh heard about it.
And Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph, does my father still live? And his brothers could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence.
And Joseph said to his brothers, "Please come near to me."
And they came near,
And he said, "I am your brother Joseph,
whom you sold into Egypt.
now do not be distressed, nor angry with yourselves, that you sold me here, for God sent me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years the famine has been in the land, and there are still 5 years in which there shall neither be plowing nor harvest.
And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity, or remnant,
On the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you who sent me here, but God, and He has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Egypt.
Hurry and go up to my father, and say to him, your son Joseph says this.
God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, do not delay.
And you shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near to me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks, and your herds, and all that you have.
And there I will provide for you, for there are still 5 years of famine, lest you
And your household and all that you have come to poverty.
and look,
Or see,
your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see, that it is my mouth that speaks to you.
and you shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all that you have seen, and you shall hurry and bring my father down here.
And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck, and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his mother.
Moreover, he kissed all his brothers and wept upon them. And after that his brothers talked with him.
And the rumor was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brothers have come, and it pleased Pharaoh well, and his servants.
And Pharaoh said to Joseph, say to your brothers, do this, load your animals and depart, and go to the land of Canaan.
And bring your father and your households, and come to me, and I will give you the best of the land of Egypt,
And you shall eat the fat of the land.
Now you are commanded,
Do this,
take wagons out of the land of Egypt for your little ones,
and for your wives,
and bring your father.
and come.
Also do not concern yourselves with your possessions, for the best of all the land of Egypt
is yours. And the sons of Israel did so, and Joseph gave them wagons according to the command of Pharaoh, and gave them provisions for the journey. To all of them he gave each man a change of garments, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of garments.
And to his father he sent in this manner 10 donkeys loaded with the good things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and meat for his father by the way.
So he sent his brothers away, and they departed, and he said to them, "Do not quarrel on the way."
And they went up out of Egypt and came to the land of Canaan, to Jacob their father,
and told him, saying, "Joseph is still alive, and he is governor over all the land of Egypt." And Jacob's heart fainted, for he did not believe them.
and they told him all the words of Joseph which he had said to them.
And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the spirit of Jacob their father revived.
And Israel said, "It is enough, Joseph, my son is still alive. I will go and see him before I die."
And Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in the visions of the night, and said, "Jacob, Jacob." And he said, "Here I am."
And God said, "I am God, the God of your father. Do not fear to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of you a great nation.
I will go down with you into Egypt, and I will surely bring you up again. And Joseph shall close your eyes with his hand."
And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father and their little ones and their wives in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him.
And they took their livestock and their possessions which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Egypt, Jacob and all his seed with him.
His sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his descendants he brought with him into Egypt.
And these are the names of the children of Israel who came into Egypt: Jacob and his sons Reuben,
Jacob's firstborn, and the sons of Reuben, Hanok and Palu, and Hezron and Carma,
and the sons of Simeon,
Jemal and Jamin, and Ohad and Jashin, and Zohar and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman,
and the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari,
and the sons of Judah, and Onan and Shelah, and Perez and Zerah.
But Aaron Onan died in the land of Canaan.
And the sons of Perez were Hezron and Hamul,
And the sons of Issachar,
Tola and Puvah and Job and Shimron.
and the sons of Zebulun, Serded and Elon and Jaleel.
These are the sons of Leah,
Whom she bore to Jacob in Paddan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls
who were 33.
and the sons of
Gad, Ziphion and Hagi, Shuni and Isban, Eri and Arodi and Aruli.
and the sons of Asher, Imnah and Ishva and Ishvi, and Beriah and Sarah their sister. And the sons of Beriah,
Heber and Melchil. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and these she bore to Jacob, even 16 souls.
our people, sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife,
Joseph and Benjamin,
and to Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, whom Asenath the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of on bore to him.
and the sons of Benjamin were Bela and Becher and Ashbogera and Naaman, and Rosh, Muppim and Huppim and Ar.
These are the sons of Rachel, who were born to Jacob, all the souls.
Or people,
And the sons of Dunphali,
Jazi and Goni and Jezer and Shillam.
these are the sons of Bilhah, whom Laban gave to Rachel his daughter.
And she bore these to Jacob. All the souls are people, all the souls
Our people Jacob into Egypt, who came out of his loins, besides Jacob's sons' wives,
all the souls
were 66.
And the sons of Joseph who were born to him in Egypt were 2 souls. All the souls
Of the house of Jacob,
who came into Egypt were 70.
and he sent Judah before him to Joseph to direct his way to Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to meet Israel his father to Goshen, and presented himself to him. And he fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while.
And Israel said to Joseph, now let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are still alive.
Then Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's house, I will go up and tell Pharaoh, and say to him, my brothers and my father's house, who were in the land of Canaan, have come to me.
And the men are shepherds, for their trade has been to feed cattle. And they have brought their flocks and their herds and all that they have.
And it will happen when Pharaoh shall call you and shall say,
What is your occupation?
that you shall say, your servant's trade has been with livestock from our youth, even until now, both we and also our fathers, so that you may dwell in the land of Goshen.
For every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians.
Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh, and said, my father and my brothers and their flocks and their herds and all that they own have come out of the land of Canaan.
Look, or see,
They are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of his brothers, 5 men, and presented them to Pharaoh.
and Pharaoh said to Joseph's brothers,
What is your occupation? And they said to Pharaoh,
your servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. They said moreover to Pharaoh, we have come to reside in this land, because there is no pasture for your servants' flocks, for the famine is severe in the land of Canaan. Now therefore,
please let your servants dwell.
in the land of Goshen,
And Pharaoh spoke to Joseph,
saying,
your father and your brothers have come to you.
Yo!
The land of Egypt is before you, in the best of the land. Make your father and brothers to dwell there, let them dwell.
In the land of Goshen.
And if you know any men of ability among them, then make them rulers over my livestock.
And Joseph brought in Jacob his father, and presented him to Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, and Pharaoh said to Jacob, how old are you?
And Jacob said to Pharaoh,
The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years few, and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not reached the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage. Oh,
and Jacob blessed Pharaoh,
and went out from before Pharaoh.
and Joseph placed his father and his brothers, and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, in the land of Rameses, as Pharaoh had commanded.
And Joseph sustained his father and his brothers
And all his father's household,
with food according to their families.
or according to the number of their little ones.
Oh.
And there was no food in all the land, for the famine was very severe, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan for the grain which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house.
Pharaoh's house.
And when money failed in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came to Joseph and said, give us food, for why shall we die in your presence?
For the
herds of livestock. There is nothing left in the sight of my Lord but our bodies and our lands.
Bodies and our lands.
Why should we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for food, and we in our land will be slaves to Pharaoh, and give us seed so that we may live and not die, and that the land not become desolate.
And Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh. For every man of the Egyptians sold his field, because the famine was severe upon them.
So the land became Pharaoh's.
Oh!
And as for the people, he removed them to the cities, from one end of the borders of Egypt even to the other end. Only the land of the priests Joseph did not buy, for the priests had a portion assigned them by Pharaoh, and ate the portion which Pharaoh gave them. Therefore they did not sell their lands. Then Joseph said to the people, look,
Or see,
I have bought you and your land this day for Pharaoh. Look,
or see,
here is seed for you, and you shall sow the land.
it shall sow the land.
And it shall happen in the increase that you shall give a fifth part to Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own, for seed for the field, and for your food, and for those of your households, and for food for your little ones.
For your little ones.
And they said, you have saved our lives. Let us find favor in the sight of my Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Egypt to this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the land of the priests only, which did not become Pharaoh's. And Israel dwelled in the land of Egypt, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions there, and grew and multiplied exceedingly.
And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt
17 years, so the whole age of Jacob was 147 years.
And the time drew near that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph and said to him,
If now I have found favor in your eyes, please put your hand under my thigh, and deal with me with kindness and truth,
or steadfast love and faithfulness.
Do not bury me, please,
In Egypt, in Egypt.
but when I sleep with my fathers, you shall carry me out of Egypt, and bury me in their burial place. And Joseph said, I will do as you have said.
I will do as you have said.
And Jacob said, swear to me. And he swore to him, and Israel bowed himself upon the bed's head. And it came to pass, after these things, that someone told Joseph, your father is sick, and he took with him his 2 sons.
Manasseh and Ephraim.
And someone told Jacob, look,
Or see,
your son Joseph comes to you. And Israel strengthened himself and sat upon the bed.
and Jacob said to Joseph,
God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan,
and blessed me.
behold,
Or look,
I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and I will make of you a multitude of people, and will give this land to your descendants after you for an everlasting possession.
and now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, who were born to you in the land of Egypt before I came to you into Egypt, are mine. As Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine.
And your issue,
Or children,
which you beget after them, shall be yours, and shall be called after the name of their brothers in their inheritance.
and as for me,
When I came from Paddan, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan on the way, when there was still some distance to come to Ephrath, and I buried her there on the way of Ephrath. The same is Bethlehem. And Israel saw Joseph's sons,
and said, Who are these?
and Joseph said to his father, they are my sons, whom God has given me in this place. And he said, bring them to me, I pray you, that I may bless them.
Now the eyes of Israel were dim from age,
So that he could not see, and he brought them near to him, and he kissed them and embraced them.
and
between his father's knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand,
And Manasseh in his left hand toward his right hand, and brought them near to him.
And Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands intentionally, for Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph and said, God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who fed me,
Or the God who has been my shepherd,
the angel who redeemed or saved me from all evil, bless the lads and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac,
and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth.
And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, and he took hold of his father's hand.
To remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. And Joseph said to his father, Not so, my father, for this one is the firstborn.
Put your right hand upon his head. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son.
I know it, he also shall become a people.
And he also shall be great, but truly his younger brother shall be greater than he.
And his descendants shall become a multitude of nations.
And he blessed them that day, saying, In you shall Israel bless, saying, God make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh.
And he set Ephraim before Manasseh.
And Israel said to Joseph, Look,
Or see,
I am about to die, but God shall be with you, and bring you again to the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you one portion
or shoulder,
above your brothers, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword
and with my bow.
And Jacob called to his sons and said, Gather yourselves together, so that I may tell you that which shall happen to you in the latter days. Gather yourselves together, and hear, you sons of Jacob, and listen to Israel your father.
Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might and the beginning of my strength, the excellence of dignity and the excellence of power.
Unstable as water, you shall not excel, because you went up to your father's bed. Then you defiled it, he went up to my couch. Simeon and Levi are brothers, instruments of cruelty
Or violence are in their dwellings.
Oh, my soul, come not into their secret meeting.
Oh, my honor, be not united with them, for in their anger they killed a man, and in their self will they crippled an ox or killed a prince.
Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel.
Judah,
You are he whom your brother shall praise. Your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's children shall bow down before you. Judah is a lion's cub from the prey. My son, you have gone up. He stoops down. He lies down as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until
Shiloh, ha!
comes, and the obedience of the people shall be his.
Binding his donkey to the vine, and his donkey's colt to the best vine. He washes his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes.
His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be for a haven of ships, and his border shall be by Sidon.
Issachar is a strong donkey, crouching down between the sheepfolds, for he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant. neighbor.
Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, a viper in the path that bites the horse's heel, so that its rider shall fall backward.
I have waited for your salvation, ooh, Lord, or Jehovah.
Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last.
Asher,
His food shall be rich, and he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a swift doe,
or Hind,
he utters beautiful words.
or gives birth to beautiful fawns.
Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him,
And hated him,
but his bow remained strong, and the arms of his hands were made quick
or strong.
by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob.
From there is the shepherd, the stone of Israel.
Even by the God of your father who shall help you, and by the Almighty who shall bless you with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies beneath, blessings of the breast and of the womb.
The blessings of your father have prevailed above the blessings of my ancestors. To the utmost bound of the everlasting hills, they shall be on the head of Joseph.
And on the crown of the head of him who was separated from his brothers.
Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil.
All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, and this is what their fathers spoke to them, and blessed them, everyone according to his blessing. He blessed them.
And he charged them and said to them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite.
In the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field from Ephron the Hittite,
For a possession of a burial place.
There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah his wife. And there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is in it was from the sons of Heth.
And when Jacob had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered his feet into the bed,
And yielded up the spirit,
or breathed his last.
and was gathered to his people. And Joseph fell upon his father's face, and wept upon him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Israel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him, for so are fulfilled the days of those who are embalmed. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spoke to the house of Pharaoh,
Saying,
If now I have found favor in your eyes, please speak in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Look,
or see,
I am about to die in my grave, which I have dug for myself in the land of Canaan. There you shall bury me. Now therefore, please let me go up and bury my father, and I will come again.
And Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father, according as he made you swear.
And Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt. And all the house of Joseph and his brothers, and his father's house, only their little ones, and their flocks and their herds they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company.
And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond Jordan.
And there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation, for he made a mourning for his father. Egyptians. Therefore the name of it was called Ebel Mizraim,
or Morning of Egypt.
which is beyond Jordan. And his sons did to him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burial place from Ephron the Hittite before Mamre.
And Joseph returned into Egypt.
He and his brothers and all who went up with him to bury his father after he had buried his father. And when Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph will perhaps hate us and will certainly repay us all the evil which we did to him.
And they sent a messenger to Joseph,
Saying, your father commanded before he died,
saying,
so shall you say to Joseph, forgive, I pray you now, the trespass of your brothers and their sin, for they did evil to you. And now we pray you, forgive the trespass of the servants of the God of your father. And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. And his brothers also went and fell down before his face, and they said, look,
or see.
we are your servants. And Joseph said to them, fear not, for am I in the place of God? But as for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it to pass, as it is this day, to save many people alive. Now therefore fear not, I will nourish you
And your little ones.
And he comforted them and spoke kindly to them. And Joseph dwelled in Egypt, he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. The children also of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were brought up upon Joseph's knees. And he said to his brothers, I am about to die, and God will surely visit you and bring you out of this land to the land which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt.